How that didn't land, but okay. The EU ping is benefiting him, man. I can't land anything. It's like 800k to 1.2 mil if they're squishy. Way less on plate because it's physical. I'm just testing it out more. It definitely feels terrible with flag, and it feels terrible with other things. Right now, I'm trying wearing extra Versa to buff the Kyrian, but right now I'm missing like 10 to 15% mastery, and I'm also missing 20% on T. So my eviscerates are like 30% worse. And I'm trying perforated instead of sepsis. Because I'm not even trying to play around getting a big Kyrian with perforated, because that would probably be like 1.5 mil. But I'm playing around just getting a random 600k Shadow Strike occasionally. Because I might as well just, play more around Shadow Strikes for hero talents anyway. It's kind of hard to fit Sepsis in sometimes. But sometimes Sepsis is really good for, like, the Shadow Strike teleports and stuff. Honestly, the 25% Sepsis bug or whatever with it counting as stealth is almost what perforated is perma. So honestly, Sepsis probably is still just better. I don't know. I'm just testing Kyrian out. I don't think it's as good. I think T is insane still. Just because it's more eviscerate damage. And I don't want to have a reason to even wear Versa. But the main reason I'm willing to test the high Versa is not for the Kyrian, but for the Shadow Strikes. Especially because every other Shadow Strike has like the 40% Deathstalker mark too. Like Shadow Strikes are pumping way harder. I don't know what bugged my vanish there. How you doing, Tay-Jack? I don't know why my Eviscerate didn't consume a stack there. That was weird. I have Perforated stacked up for this. Still just dead, I think. Perforated is on builders, not spenders, so it wouldn't affect DFA. No, I don't do skirms. I'm dead here. No cheat death. I don't know. This build I don't think can kill him because he's plate. Like even with Perforated, I did like an 800k carry. If he was leather, he would take twice as much damage. I'm just testing it, but yeah, on plate it's definitely way, way, way worse. Not even close. Because the mastery at least is affecting your shadow damage. To be able to gonna go through plate on the ruptures and on the eviscerates and on the secret. Investing into Versa for Shadow Strike or for Kyrian is really, really bad into plate. I just don't get any practice from skirms. There's no MMR. So it's just, I one-shot some 1500 noob in the opener and no one takes them seriously. If it was like that you could queue ranked 2s or something, sure, but... It's just lower match quality, not having MMR. It's nowhere near compared to pre-patch. On pre-patch, everyone has about 50% more armor than they belong. Like, I have 7 or 16 instead of 50 on here. But yeah, plate has just been super busted for... since, like, BFA almost. Like, it's been pretty hard for... Or maybe it's a Shadowlands problem, but... Either way, it's been multiple expansions of plate being pretty tanky. But then cloth also just feeling like they wear plate for no reason, too. Well, maybe not mage, but like warlock and stuff. Like demon armor is usually pretty stupid most of the time. For sure, Johnny. That's obnoxious. Couldn't step kick that even though I was spamming it. Rest in peace, my dance. Thank you, Skull. Appreciate it, man. Just nuking into the altar. Might have cancelled early. Not sure why I couldn't kick that even though I was spamming it. Might be dead here. Defade his blink. Guaranteed crit. Yeah, it's like 2% more of every secondary. Which is really good later in expansion. Early expansion, it's not that crazy. Actually, I think that's gone. Does human even have that anymore? Or no, hide passes is off, that's why. The human spirit. Yeah, 2% more all secondaries. Yeah. They just got rid of the rep bonus, right? Which kind of sucks, but... I guess he doesn't want bandages. Being nice. Yeah, the thing, Orc is always the same stats, whether it's the beginning or end. So Orc is like a lot of attack power early, but end of an expansion, human's worth a lot more. Is it cope to think this expansion will be fun? I don't know. It's kind of their last shot to get it right, I think, but... I feel like the only pure arena non-variety PvE Andy that's doing well is Peekaboo, right? Like, Zarya is kind of a variety PvE or SOT kind of person, so is Sea-Doo, so is, like, Grayson, like... Doesn't seem like die-hard, you know... Arena Andys have been doing well the last couple expansions. Because the game just keeps getting more and more dead, and then people will gravitate more and more to, air quotes, prime time. Where there's like a couple hours to play the game. And in general, it just doesn't seem like you could play the game at any hour of day. You know, like you used to be able to the last couple expansions. Longer subterfuge? Yeah, Night Elf's really good. I don't know. Human's really nice to basically have 90-second trinket, rotating it in medallion for trinketing aggro. You can smork really hard with it. Curian's definitely not worth into Hunter, just because Roar of Sacrifice. Like, everything I do is, like, based around critting. Might just be dead here. I can get a step range, he just dies, but... Yeah, Gouge and Kidney, and then we still have all of the, like, previous nerfs, like the Blind nerf. Like, most classes actually have pretty similar CC, even though they whine about things like duel, but... And the kicks being all shorter. Like, nowadays, you could do a step kick into a Gouge and do a stun, and it's like a 7-second CC chain, practically, even with multiple things. It's just like duel that puts things over the threshold, where it's like, you're not even playing the game, and you're just sitting there, and you're like, sap, 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 kidney, duel, kick, Gouge again, you know, like, when you do that kind of stuff, you can do a lot of, like, Avi dance, you know, perma CC chain stuff, but you're not doing any damn if you do that. And most DPS classes have so much self-healing that they'll just tank that go 2v3 if you're not keeping them, like, CC'd with them, you know? Yeah, I'm trying Kyrian. So I'm still playing Deathstalker with it, not Trickster. And I'm still basically playing the game around, Abyss and DFA. Doing a raid. This isn't a raid. I mean, Mythic Plus is basically what Arena has turned into, though. Cam angles good? Thanks, man. I like the keyboard cam angles, yeah. That and it's less creepy when I'm, like, staring into the webcam. Because then, like, my mouth is, like, kind of opened weird and shit when I'm, like, point blank to the webcam. I don't know. I hate that when it's, like, dead center. Especially because then I'm, like, looking away from camera to, like, read chat. I like that I'm looking at the camera when I'm reading chat, you know? I don't know. It seems more personal that way. Gouge is 25, yeah, for 3 seconds. But Scatter removes dots and it's ranged. Yeah. Everyone's perma-dotted by almost every class in the game, so it's kind of hard to even gouge anyway on healers. I wish they just, like, made the energy cost higher or, like, got rid of the combo point or something. Just, like, find other ways to, make it less micro-interruptible, you know, rather than just making it not an outplay for someone's trinket. Dueling, or disarming even though it's not his, true shot yet. I'm not playing duel, so this is very scary. I'll gouge the aim shot as like an interrupt. JK DR disarm for no reason. Alright, so he's probably just dead here. Got the life cocoon off. I didn't really get to play that much this game yet. That sucks. That's the one downside about playing DFA. It's fun, but like you really need duel and bomb. Like if there's a matchup where I need disarm, it's really unfortunate not being able to duel. Because you can't really give up bargain either. And it sucks because bargain is a really boring passive. It's just too OP. Even if it was 20% reduction of damage, it would still be good. And I think in general, like the CDR on bleeds and vanish is like too toxic anyway. But you have to play it, or everyone always has the defensives every time you do anything. Like I wish they would just delete bargain so I could have other honor talents. I kicked there too. Okay, Stormbolts me for no reason. Hunter's just dead here, I think. Yeah. 0-2 is not a good lobby so far. It should be. On paper, this is a good lobby for me. I don't know. I just got unlucky on the Rogue SP round. You could still immune CC with DFA. You always could. Even in WOD. Unholy DK is probably still the best class in the game, even after it got nerfed in half. DK is super, super busted. So is Ellie still. Warlock's a little nerfed. I don't know how I feel about them yet. That was pretty good, yeah. Red seems decent. They're immortal. They're not last on damage. They still have all of their anti-CC stuff. They definitely gaslight a lot. They're still a range class. They wheelchair walk around, but they're still permanently a wizard. And they still have all of the same utility for breaking CC on their teammates. Shield of Vengeance is borderline a Dark Pact, and they still have Wall while stunned every other stun of the game. And they still have Searing Glare, which is good. I don't think they're bad. They're just not a DK. Or a Fury Warrior. Or a Rogue, or a Feral. I'm DR blind to get a sap here. Actually, I can't even get it still. Still clears the dots for me to get a gouge though on the Ore Mastery. Out of air. Nice. Guess it's a 6-0 for the Warrior. I don't know. What's Kyrian doing? Dodge my thing. That's kind of bad. So no, I felt like I shadow stepped behind it, but really bad for me. I think we might lose this round too. I think this disarm for a hot second. Okay. Oh, that means I only get 1 to 2 wins. That sucks. Well, at least that'll make my next queue quicker, I guess. Because I'm way above the lobby. This is like one of the first lobbies I've lost, even though this is a good comp for me, I think. I don't think Rogue SP should lose to KFC. I think Thug Cleave should lose to Warrior Shadow Priest. I think I should kind of maybe lose the Rogue Warrior rounds, but even then, Rogue Warrior really shuts down the SP. Like, I should kind of get a 5 or 6 win here. Feels like people are just not helping me at all this lobby, I don't know. Wasted my crit proc on the, well, he just dies without pressing defensives on my team also. I feel like I got win traded on there, I don't know. I think Rogue's good. Even if everyone does double, you're damn. I don't think Kyrian is as good for shuffle though, even with this build, I don't know. You need more rupture pad. You lose way too much not having Dark Brew. Like, this feels kind of terrible. I just wanted to have like more Shadow Strike damage and have more of a reason to wear Versa. He's just going when I said I wasn't ready. That's rude. I have CDs now though for the real duel. Bring a time stop, nice. Will he cancel it early? Nah. Big DFA. Banish shield the Eternity Surge. Doing every finisher but this there because I want to save my crit for the real go. Might even just blind my dot off here. Just so I can peel the whole Dragon Rage. Pick that. Bleed dispels my shit. I kill this guy in like 5 seconds. I have my crit proc. Every button here. Big crit into another crit. Rogue's okay. I hope the kidney nerf makes sub like the way to play it. Outlaw seems like it's doing decent damage though. And acid damage is still a lot higher than sub. But yeah. Yeah, I usually play Sepsis and T. I do really like DFA though. Even though it's bugged. It's supposed to be buffed to 40. But against PvP, it still has this old template nerf where it goes down to 15. So you don't really feel... It's actually a DPS loss to press it usually, but... The reason why I feel like it's good for Deathstalker is it counts as 2 finishers for your stacks. The going up in the air part counts as a finisher, and the landing eviscerate counts as a finisher. So it lets you do like certain openers you normally can't do. By like getting through your finishers faster for your rotation. And you just accidentally immune CC a lot, like on your go, which is nice. When people are trying to like CC your trinket or something. Or just like an extra gap closer for when they trinket kind of thing. SP is okay, I don't think it's that good. They get ran out by like warriors and DKs and stuff. The damage is good. MD is still nerfed to the ground, but like it's a really slow cast and it's still like a minute CD or whatever. Which is like the most fun part about the class, but it's like MDing and gripping your healer into AoE to break CC and stuff, but it's just kind of generally a worse version of Warlock. But they nerfed Warlock pretty hard to use, so I don't know. It's 2 minutes? Oh, I thought it was 1. That's even worse than I thought. Fear is also the worst CC in the game. Because there's just a million mechanics that break it, and it doesn't last long enough. Like, Clone is just 100x what Fear is. Clone's better than every CC in the game by far, but like AoE Zerker Shout on a warrior is hilarious versus like a Priest Fear. When you work so hard to cross the map. The land what's basically a half Fear and Cata that the teammates just break every Fear of the game. With like Tremors and AoE Zerker Shout and... Trying to let that break. I'm bad. Break it because of Soul Link. Might just be dead. Like this is too far away for me to kick it. Tried to DFA in case he ports, but I didn't play that duel that well because I didn't really stop the succubus that much. My brain thought I had duel, that I would just duel the seduce in the opener, but we're gonna cheese. I don't know if it's for sure the illusion. I just know I got it at like 1950 or whatever. I didn't start with it. But it's not that much to be desired, but if they're doing 3 enchants and expansion instead of 1, surely one of them will be good, right? Like most of the Dragonflight ones were a miss too. Yeah, it is what it is. Trying to range him, but I'm just like chains of iced by this. There's no way this is 50%. Feels way more than that. It's crazy. Slight, thank you so much. How you doing, man?
Back at it again.
He just tries to seduce into my cloak still. We'll take it. DFA the coil. First sub of the day, though. Thank you so much, man. Should I put it in all caps? Honestly, it'll stay. No, it's probably a rupture tick, honestly, or something. If this is like over a mil, usually. Especially with that stalker mark and all that. Yeah, it's probably rupture. Kick pet? No, I just have a mouse over focus, and then I focus kick it. Yeah, that's what backstab borderline hits for. Backstab does less. Backstab's like 50 to 100k out of like 7 million. As if it wasn't already bad enough in Dragonflight when it was like 0.5% of someone's health. Now it's like 0.1% of someone's health. But Gloomblade can do like 150 with a bunch of other shadow modifiers. DFA coil here. Doesn't do it. DFA's port though. Try to cloak coil now. Still don't get it. Didn't have dance for like 1 to cheap shot the succubus there, but step behind the haunt so it doesn't go off. Might just be dead here. It's like kill like this global. Haunt does like a bazillion damage. Yeah, I'm just dead here. That sucks. I don't know what really went different there. I don't feel like I guess I just used too much aggro trying to avoid the coil and stuff in the opener. You actually held it. Yeah, it's been 7 combo points for multiple expansions now. I think the Kyrian build is just objectively worse than the T build still though. Like you just kind of run out of damage sometimes. I thought maybe like getting some 600k Shadow Strikes would be nice. With like perforated and stuff, but you just lose so much rupture damage, losing like a fuck ton of mastery. Let's play normal build. I feel like this just does way more DPS. Also, I was wearing way too much Versa. I still have a lot of Versa on Y. Oh, we have a fixed. Okay. What foil? I mean, I think it's the other way around though, Slate, where it's the rotational abilities are everything now. Like I feel like ever since Dragonflight, with all the CC nerfs, like doing your rotation well is like 90% of the game now. Besides like good peeling and like uptime. Of like, oh, I got my cooldown window off 2.5 times and they got their cooldown window off once. Because I timed my CC to be really annoying micro CC whenever he's actually playing or not. And then the other 90% of the game is just filler doing your DPS pad and like getting better AoE and like having better uptime through just landing your kicks more often, you know, and not giving precog and knowing when to just sit behind a pillar and let the other team have bad positioning and run into you for no reason. Oh, you just were talking about Shadow Strike, yeah. I try to never press backstab, but Shadow Strike's not that terrible actually. Shadow Strike's a lot better than it used to be, like percentage-wise. It's still really low, but yeah, backstab did not scale at all. But if you go Gloomblade and you have every shadow modifier up and you're playing Lingering Darkness after your blades, you can get some 150 Gloomblades. But the only reason people played Gloomblade like early in the beta was because Subterfuge used to not work at all, and it was just like to do Subterfuge Gloomblades basically when it was bugged. So that you weren't ever forced to backstab ever, because backstab is just so unviable to press. Unless you just need the combo point, but most cases pressing Fan and Knives is just way better than pressing backstab. Because it's just more combo points per player you hit. Per energy cost. Same energy as backstab, but you're getting like 2 to 3 times as many combo points usually. So it's just like more global efficient. If you're ever like between dances. No, I played Feral on retail too. I don't know what you're asking, Joof. I'm sorry. I just have Spotify autoplaying because if I go look up music, it'll kind of glitch out in how I mute my VOD and copyright and all that. So I don't really do song requests ever. I try to like bookmark stuff people tell me about and watch it like on a later day, but might be dead here. Yeah, he doesn't have images. We're fine. Make it 60. Nah, dude. I'm okay with 30 though. Put sub in a better spot. I think you terrorists have already won with the blind nerf and the gouge nerf. And the kick nerf. I did play a lot of Gears back in the day, yeah. You could remove Vanish CDR, you could remove Duel, you could remove, like, pretty much the whole class and people would still complain about it. It's kind of crazy. I mean, it'll make teams play, it'll make RMPs play together better. Because a lot of times you rush, like, these shitty 24-second goes on DR. Like, the second your DRs come up. And your priest, like, doesn't have fear. It makes you wait for your teammates to actually be able to do shit. Now, in a shuffle environment where you're just throwing as much micro CC as possible per global at the healer, it's kind of bad unless you're like Vanish resetting it. But yeah, at least like sub can cheap shot more availably, so it hurts sub less than it hurts Asa. Because like Outlaw will still be spam vanishing the whole game anyway. Oscon, thank you so much for the prom. Second sub of the day. Appreciate you. Managing at full HP just for the flex. Scroll might be over though, because I didn't get enough with my vanishes. I lose my crit there. Do you pay the DB? I don't get it. Rest in peace, my blades. Really? I think I'm just dead here. I vanish in 1? Oh, that sucks. It may just seem way harder to duel nowadays. I don't know. It's just like all ice lance damage. You can't really outplay any of it. It's good because Ray of Frost had too much counterplay, but I wish they would have to like cast a Shatter or something at one point. Hope Rogue Mage Shields will be better. I don't think double DPS will ever be as good as healer DPS ever in any version of WoW, even cata. At the highest level, if you just play a comp that's immortal, you'll always win. Like DK healer or Rogue healer, or, you know. I'm sure the best comp will just be whatever melee does the most damage. It'll be like DK Ardruid or something. Or Ardruid Fury. But it might be a little less shitty than normal if the pacing is a little less slow. Like if people actually can die to every CD being popped and don't just press a defensive while they're stunned, then it shouldn't be that terrible against like non-top 100 players, I guess. Yeah, Dragonflight double DPS 2s was just so terrible. Rogue Lock 2s was really fun though. Like doing sub affliction and just doing crazy CC chains. Who's that? Asa is gonna be hurt more by the kidney nerf, but it's definitely doing way more damage than the other Rogue specs if you get good AoE. If sub gets nerfed, Outlaw might be the well-rounded one. Feral is really, really good. It bursts a lot harder than sub, and it still has CC. Like FMP is probably going to be more fun than RMP, like just like Dragonflight, which is the way they've kind of pruned things. Yeah, Ice Lance will probably get nerfed, and then it'll just be some dumb like Asa Arcane or Outlaw Arcane dampening stuff, but that's generally what the last 3 or 4 expansions have kind of been. Shadowlands was kind of an outlier, but and even that, like at the highest levels, was more Outlaw than it was sub. Sub is usually more of just like a specialist pick for just like 1 or 2 matchups, like the mirror. one sap. Got 2. Got all 3. Got this burst. Look the fear maybe. Try not to get double feared. Dodge the fear. That. Kidney healer into a blind. Emerald. Got the healer's trinket. Flash heal. Sun mage just for micro. That. I have the most damage here, kind of. If I don't just die. I think I do die, though. Rescue shield. I plug in 1 second. Quick mage on poly. I got 6 mil HP because I'm playing max level, full conquest gear on the beta. This is not the pre-patch. This is not this is basically what the end of season 1 War Within is gonna look like. Well, not class design and balancing, but you know what I mean. Leveling gear. Oh, I need to wear my tier set. Should not advance there. Pull the emerald. Like that. You're blind that even though it's bad. Step the pet to get over there. Might be dead here. Can't line that aim shot. No kidney for 4 because of the nerf. Could finally go kidney now, but I'm stuck in roots. Kidney before the nully. He got the nully off. Up for rapid fire. Got you. Kick them on both. Find the sleep, goes off anyway. Big of this crit. Got life swap. Stunned the guy because of sepsis. They gave me a free stealth ability. Could have gone disarm here. It's kind of sketchy. I think I'm dead here. That's awkward. Like it. Take a Dragon Heal's true. Dragon on each team, you know, I get Dragon Heals every round. I don't get stuck losing 3 games with an H-Pal or a Priest, it's nice. Does the ping? Yeah. You don't need the clear target stuff, that's like the Big Mech's anti-target bug out macro, but you just need slash ping at focus warning. Just add that to your focus blind. I was gonna continue the dragon when he did the triple DR scatter. Does Blades affect Rupture Ticks? I believe so. Does everything to do more shadow. Blades is like the main time you do everything. Didn't even get my big abyss off there. I was just secreting for the tier set. Actually, I still don't have my tier on. Didn't even need to secret there then. There we go. I mean, I'm 6-0ing this Frost Mage lobby right now. I think it's Gelu. Zap 1 null. Zap 2. Zap ball 3. Guys trolling. I actually did drop combat. I could have maybe sapped that instead, but I wanted to put Kidney on CD just to vanish it, but sapping that would have been way better. I'm actually just dead. Dragon heals are broken. Still dead, I think, though. Unless I just soloed the hunter here. Oh, wait, around, that sucks. I mean, I don't win every lobby though, too, right? The lobby before I had 1 win. Even though it wasn't that bad of a lobby for me, it was like Fury. Is Rotten Effect on Scene? I don't think so. I don't think Trickster's that good, actually. It's too clunky. I was playing a lot around Coup de Gras and like rushing the secret and building stacks really quick, but you just gotta play around the Deathstalker stacks better. And it does way more for you. I was trying like a Kyrian Deathstalker where I just dropped Dark Brew for Rotten. But I feel like you lose too much on the T to do it. Can't really afford it. GG's, man. I just popped all my CDs. Let me check a queue. It's fucked up. Yeah, certain comps are way better for me in general. Like Thug Cleave would beat a mage, right? Or an SP, and then like Rogue Mage is obviously really good. Like if anything, the SP is the weak link there. Like God Comp is good, and Rogue SP I guess is good. No, I guess the Hunter is the weak link because Hunter Mage and Hunter SP aren't that good. But most of the comps like that lobby had 3 good comps for me. There was no I'm stuck playing like Rogue Warrior or anything dumb like that. Yeah, hopefully sub's allowed to have like competitive damage. Like most things are already kind of doubling its damage. For how much they keep nerfing all the CC, I want it to kind of just be the main rogue spec. I'm so tired of like AWC just being outlaw and Asa rogue alts, you know. I just want it to be, you know, like there's a couple good sub rogues and you know they pump, and then there's a couple good outlaw rogues or something and they pump. But I don't want every brain dead Asa rogue player to have to reroll DK or DH or something. But you know. I think Asa and I'll be. I think they'll nerf sub within 2-3 weeks, and we'll all be forced to play outlaw probably. We'll all whine about RNG the whole expansion. I hope not though. I hope sub is like this could be the first time in 12 years that sub is the default rogue spec for like the true PvP spec for an entire expansion. The last time that was the case was MOP. Like there are times where sub is like really good for like a month, or you know, it's on par with the PvE specs like Shadowlands. Like Shadowlands was a really big outlier, but it wasn't like you know the best the whole way through kind of thing. But most people really, really hate sub rogue though, so it will be you know public enemy #1 if it's ever like really, really popular. Even if like only 1 or 2 people get rank 1 on sub per season, not even, people still whine about it. Or if there's like 1 sub rogue in both regions of the tournament, just Houghton, people still whine about it. Just the Asa and Outlaw type, you know, PV brain stuff is just so much more accessible to everyone picking up the class and ulting it for their egos to say, see, rogue isn't hard. Right now, though, sub is like S tier on the beta, I think, but it will get nerfed, obviously. I just hope it stays good. At the end of the day, the people that are like sub purist diehards, it's like they have a fully functioning retail level UI. They have all the crafted gear in the world, and like you know, they're actually testing things and trying new builds and sharing things with each other and like really, really optimizing. And then everyone else is just like, oh, I just played this alt of a class I've never played before, and I don't have any of the add-ons on beta. But how come I didn't beat this guy that's being sweaty? Must be broken, you know. Rogues are just masochists, and that we try to get ourselves nerfed all the time, doing the whole peekaboo 1v2 shit. Yeah, Frost Mage is omega broken. DK and Ellie are still broken. But I would rather they like buff weak things rather than nerf strong things. Like Windwalker was like not viable, and then Windwalker got huge buffs. I think that's good. I just hope like the skill specs are generally the best spec of their class, you know, like yeah, Outlaw has more going on rotationally than Sub, but there's a lot less team play and like decisions and stuff. You're just reacting to the RNG and spinning more PvE plates. Like yeah, it's harder to PvE on Outlaw than it is to PvE on Sub. Like the rotation on Sub is extremely easy, even with especially because Shadow Blades and pre-med. But there's still way more team play and decision making on Sub. Sucks I didn't get the rupture. I don't know why he blinded me. He's in a clean van. Control. Should have ruptured instead of disarming, and then I could just rupture vanish. Now I'm also just out the disarm too. He's actually gonna be that lame? That's kind of crazy. I'll just cloak his rupture. Oh, he's not playing Dark Brew. That's weird. Normally, even if you're not playing Veil, you can cloak rupture because Dark Brew makes it shadow. Guy really gonna wait out the whole stun DR and open again. Oh, I didn't get my guaranteed crit of this there. That sucks. My buff like expired from how long he waited in stealth. Kidney's already 30, yeah. So, like, you guarantee crit. Whenever you use all your Deathstalker stacks, so if you do like a strike or anything like that, you get 3 stacks. And you need to get... Wheel up is scroll wheel, yeah. Yeah, you want to get down to 0, and then you get this buff called Darkest Night, and then it gives you a big modifier and a guaranteed crit. And DFA is really good for that, because it counts as 2 finishers. So like the going up in the air is a finisher, and the landing eviscerates a finisher. So you can kind of like go through your stacks quicker. Even though DFA is bugged, it does less damage than it's supposed to. It's like the only honor talent that's like Omega nerfed in PvP only. It's like if honor talents are only for PvP, why would it be specifically nerfed in PvP? Just so you could like one-shot a World Quest mob, I guess? Like generally, how much time the animation of DFA is a DPS loss to press it. For how much time you're in the air versus how small the modifier is. Like they're supposed to buff it to 40, and it's still bugged at 15 in PvP. But then if you're doing anything but PvP, it's 40. So if you're like world questing or something, I guess it will hit hard. But yeah, you can cloak rupture without veil if it's Dark Brew. Yeah. I just don't know why that guy wasn't playing Dark Brew. I guess he was playing a Kyrian build or something, but they're terrible. The Kyrian builds, not the player. I've tried to make Kyrian work 5 different ways. It does not feel that good. T is just way too much like sustained rupture piss damage. So like right now I have the Abyss crit, right? Darkest Night. Big Abyss. I need to do 2 more finishers on Mage to get another crit. That's why you don't want to overly swap around, because then sometimes you end up resetting your stacks. And Kidney and Slice and Dice don't count either. I'm just dead here, I think. Big crit DFA. Half sap because of the sepsis buff. Defensively dual, but I'm gonna probably die in it. Yeah. What's the rotation? Pad your hero talents, run around, keep everything ruptured. Do micro CC when you can. Try not to over swap and like reset your CDs with or your stacks with Shadow Strike. And just try to spend as many combo points as you can to get the 0 stacks to get the big crit. And then you can swap around. Like you could fake build the stack on one guy and then swap to the other guy kind of thing. That's why it's good to make a weak ward attract the crit buff kind of when you have it, but also you don't have to open with Strike Rupture because there's like a grace period where you could do a finisher and then strike. And then go to 2 stacks instead of 3 because of the rupture I did before striking. So there's kind of like a quality of life thing with that. You don't have to always open with strike and get your stacks to not like waste a finisher. Evasion the Hunter CDs. This is really bad because I can't really get the nullifyings off. I'm not playing Disarm for True Shot. I just dual healer for CC here. Even though it's not Emerald. It's just good for me defensively too. I can't move my character to get there for kidney or anything. I love the dragons just blink now. Big Abyss crit. Time dialed it. The Emeralds I'll duel here, but gonna burrow. DFA crit. Good rep from the Valley. Need to go disarm the True Shot before we just die. Got all the nullies off. Big Abyss crit. pressure on everything. Kind of wasted my Abyss crit here, but well, because I'm almost in execute range. Try to get a re here, but they're not gonna let me. Honestly, I don't really need to re that much, but he gets the hex. Guess he's just not decursing. So now. Got 1 null, got 2, kicked him on Spirit Bloom. Had a kidney off that, but yeah, it's basically the same playstyle as Dragonflight. You just do micro CC. Even if you play around getting the big Abyss crit with Finality and the Symbols modifier, like, cause you have even more modifiers. Even though usually the shadow damage is better. But like, let's say you have a big Symbols, like 15% stronger Abyss with 30% stronger Finality. You have every other modifier on use, weapon enchant, T. It's still probably going to be, and it's the squishiest target possible, like a mage. You're probably still only looking at like a 1.8 mil now. It was like in the high 2 mils, but they like stealth nerfed it or something when they nerfed the stamina, I don't know. The numbers got a lot smaller for everyone. Didn't get the surge off, that sucks because I kind of wasted my van. I guess I have to cloak because this is full damage here. I want to blind, but there's no way he doesn't break it, so I'm waiting. Kick, I'm getting you off of it. Might as well just be dead. The most damage here if he doesn't barrel. Never mind, it didn't do anything. What? I kidney, I'm bad. I vanished in 3, but I'm dead through cheat. Yeah. H-Pal is just a much weaker healer than Dragon, so it's just... I mean, he still won a few rounds though somehow. He's like actually got more wins than the Dragon. I don't know. Thought that was like the H-Pal diff, but I guess it's just a Hunter losing the lobby. I thought the Hunter was doing better than he was. I thought it was just a healer diff. But the H-Pal is winning the lobby. I've never seen an H-Pal beat a Dragon, so I don't know. Big DFA. That. It's done. Blind. Got turtle. Maybe I duel for CC here. Nah, that's not work. Under rapid fire. Take a Vis crit. Fuck all the mage damage. My bop removed my death mark stacks, but I have a kidney on Pally out of that. Oh, they just kill nice. Yeah, I don't think this should be possible. I don't know what's going on. Guy's like not a 1-day reroll negative win rate either. I guess he just got super unlucky with people being greedy or something. I mean, I guess when someone's an 06er, he just probably had the hunter the first half of the lobby instead of the second half, actually. So now he's getting, like, the catch caught up. That makes more sense, actually. I mean, a 3-3 isn't always a lose. It's just someone being 06. I mean, statistically, everyone loses in that scenario, but... people don't want to heal. But it happens to everyone. Like, you know, if one healer 6-0s another healer, too, like... Running for them. Oh, I did not mean to Shadow Strike the Pally. I cleared my marks. I had 1 stack left on Ellie. And he gets bopped and clears my stacks again. Still dead here, I think. Yep, just cheap shot the Pally. Looking. Nice. Dragon and Druid are by far the best healers. Even with the Mastery nerf, it's not even close. H-Pals are really mid, even with... Yeah. This got some buffs, but where do you see a lobby? Or like a rating for beta? Oh, you mean like overall his opinion, the tier list of Disc being second? Yeah, I don't know. I would put Disc third. I'd say Dragon, then Druid, then Disc, and then it's so not even remotely close. And then if I had to just completely RNG guess, even though I see one per like 50 lobbies, maybe Monk, then Shaman, and then H-Pal is probably the worst. I don't see enough Shamans, but I feel like Monk is probably 4th. Then Shaman's 5th, H-Pal 6th. I've seen a couple Monks. They're not great, but they're probably better usually than what I see Shamans at. I feel like Dragon is exponentially better than Druid too. Like Dragon is by far the best. It's not even remotely close. Dragon is like Death Knight and Ellie. I don't know. I've seen more Monks do things than I've seen Shamans do things. But like I said, maybe my sample size is really low. Life Cocoon is basically a Rapture Shield and their HPS is kind of low. I don't know. I've seen one or two monks kind of low sample size win a lobby. I don't know. Maybe that was like before they got changes or something. Like I said, with the bottom three, it's so hard to guess because you just never see them, and it's like such a small variable. The one time you see them, where maybe it's a certain lobby that's like okay for them, and not like their normal habitat. You know, like I can't really guess, especially if I don't play it. I just know there's usually 2 dragons in every lobby, and occasionally there's a druid, and occasionally there's a disc, but yeah, disc ain't no dragon. I think sub is like low S. It's not like DKLE broken, but yeah, or Frost Mage broken. Like Frost is super broken. But yeah, your CC is still really good, even if everyone does way more damage than you. You're still last on damage, and you can't really solo anyone with duel. How good's Outlaw? I have no idea. I haven't played Outlaw since the 20% buffs it got. I would imagine it's pretty good though. Once they nerf sub, you know, it does more damage than sub, and it's, you know, it doesn't get fucked on the kidney nerf as hard as Asa does. Asa is still the most damage, but it's like the most boring PV spec. I'd rather just play a different class than play Asa. Like, I hope Asa is not the way to play, like the gold standard. It should just be the I'm bad and need a wheelchair, like, stat check kind of thing. Now, there's no PV on retail. Like, maybe there's like some choice for like some of the crafted gear stuff sometimes, but not really. Because you even get a currency above 2100 usually. For if you wanted to like craft a PV weapon, basically. Yeah, you can pretty much get all your gear PvP. Yeah, but the thing is, like, different, you know, levels of effort should be rewarded instead of stat checking. And, like, you know, wanting to remove all the expression of the game as, like, the default gold standard way to play at tournament level gameplay, instead of just, like, you know, playing a different class that's easier. Like, just going and playing a DH on an Xbox controller or something instead, you know? Like Rogue is not meant to be that. Like, Asa shouldn't be, like, completely hard stuck 1500 unviable tank spec territory, but, like, it shouldn't be what the highest skilled players are playing. Like it was in Dragonflight or BFA. Yeah, but the solo queues are generally really, really long. So if you are just trying to, you know, have something filler to do with it. Some people have multiple WoWs, so they can dual box it in Classic at the same time. Or, you know, dual box 2 different shuffle queues at the same time and alternate them. So by the time they, like, get out of one lobby, the next one's, like, halfway close to popping. Because, yeah. If you're playing in the middle of an expansion or middle of a season, instead of, like, the first month or last month, and you're, like, really, really high rated or really low rated, there can be, like, some multi-hour shuffle queues. But if you're playing, like, towards the end of a season or beginning, you can kind of get some, like, 20-minute ones, but... Swinwalker said, can I display a new tech? 10.4 mil health. The Brewmaster. Might be dead here. Could have fit another Abyss there, but I thought I had Secret Tech for like half a second when I didn't. Yeah, because the queues get really, really long for solo queue. If you're a DPS, if you're a healer, it's always insta queue, but yeah, there's been Brewmaster a few times. There's been multiple different triple monk metas in the last couple, like last 5-7 years. There was a triple monk meta like towards the end of Legion, and then there was like two teams played it, like Sea and them played it I think 2 once. And then there was triple monk again, and I want to say BFA or Shadowlands briefly, but and there was also a lot of double Shadow Priest at one point I think in like BFA when Pokemon was botting, and then there was like double DH at one point. When there was like multiple different double DHs in BFA when it had mana burn. That feels smoother than Dragonflight. I don't know if smoother is the right word. That's just because it's doing less dogshit PvE numbers for pad. I would say Deathstalker is way clunkier because it can break CC a lot. Than Dragonflight. And Gouge is obviously nerfed more, and Kidney's obviously nerfed more, and I'd say the rotation's a little more interesting, maybe. Especially if you play DFA. Okay, I guess pre-med's a little smoother. I'll give it that. And being able to afford Swift Death is nice. And opportunity cost, not having to be the odd man out on the only spec that doesn't have acrobatic strikes unless you're playing Kyrian. Like all 3 specs not having it is nice. Because usually the T build didn't play it. I killed him literally in 1 second. He was off stun DR. It sucks. Should have like gouged him as a micro interrupt or something, but I mean that's how it already was in Dragonflight. All you had was Rupture Pad, right, and micro CC, and you had more of the CC. Yeah, the call point generation outside of Blades is definitely smoother with the new pre-med. Yeah, I don't know if I would say it's still overall smoother, just because like sometimes you're like really bottlenecked of like, oh, I need to do 2 more finishers on this guy to get my buff and then swap, and I'm getting kited and I don't want to swap now. The main saving grace is that you're allowed to do a finisher and then Shadow Strike, and it'll still count as like doing the builder first. So like if I like cheap shot rupture strike, I go straight to 2 stacks rather than having to do strike, rupture, and then, you know, have my stacks. To get it to go down to 2, but there's just a lot of moments where it's like awkward to swap, or you Shadow Strike for like the teleport to go get a kidney, and then you remove the fact that you had 1 stack left on like the guy you were going. But since you Shadow Strike, there's like a gap closer, you lost your stacks. But sometimes having to like play the minigame is part of the flavor in itself. It's kind of like managing redirect and cata in a sense, where sometimes clunk can be fun. As long as it's not like checkmating yourself. Hard to go for the DFA like that on freeze just because fade. I wasted my guaranteed crit. I think he still dies though because Vanish reset my blades. I have stun DR in like 4. Whether I have Dancer now, you should still just die here, I think. But I don't think he does. Almost threw that though, but went for the 1 DFA. I think with the kidney nerf, sub might be the best, but they'll probably nerf sub and we'll probably end up with outlaw. Is my prediction, because they've already buffed outlaw a lot. And outlaw's kind of usually the in the between. It's just my problem with outlaws is there's always too much RNG, especially with the hero talents. Fatebound is like the most RNG tree. But yeah, sub's doing really good right now. But yeah, I'm sure they'll overbuff Asla too. I really dislike playing Asla. Yeah, Outlaw's damage is pretty good. This guy's like a brewmaster, but he can one-shot. An evasion leg sweep. I'm trying DFA a bunch because I actually like it. It doesn't do that much damage because it's still ninja nerfed in PvP, even though they were supposed to buff it this expansion. And they did buff it, just not in PvP, even though it's an honor talent. But I really like it because it counts as 2 finishers for the hero talents. So you like go through your stacks way faster. Like the going in the air part counts as a finisher, and the landing of this counts as a finisher. So it's like really optimal kind of for certain openers and stuff. And like swapping around. You just get through your stacks way faster to get the guaranteed crit. Then the Abyss crit. Didn't have every CD, so I might be dead here. Oh, we're chilling. I can kill this guy in 5 though. If I don't die here. I might though. Biggest DFA even though he dampened harmed it. Except his double roll, just a kite. He encaps me as a gap closer. I probably die in the stun lock here. Because he has like multiple stuns with the Dragon's Breath shit not breaking on dam. Yeah, I need every CD for the opener or I lose, but I think I counter him though if I just reset multiple times, but I'm like 5-1 against this guy, I feel like, but I haven't been keeping track, but maybe it's only like 2 or 3 duels actually. They're just longer with against the tank. Should have like played for like a bandage or something, but if I just don't have like double ban or blades or something, they're kind of immortal. So I only do damage with blades. At least we've beaten him the majority though. Yeah, the Outlaw's pumping, or he's Asa now. Okay, never mind. Thought he was Outlaw still for a second. I think he didn't have defensives from when he dueled me, but yeah, DFA was really fun. I think DFA came out in WAD though, didn't it? It didn't come out in MOB. We got Magnus. Spirit. Yeah, Druid in like 1 into a kidney. I don't have either of them, they're on CD. Oops. I was just running from the gouge because he has a brain. This critting into an arm bark, even though it's not great. Hitting the mage kind of hard here randomly. Get my crit before I swap back to the priest. Get dog turn free kick. I blind off this. He's running over to fear though, I think. He's letting me blind. I'll sap it. Actually, his trend's out, so I'll just gouge it. Hopefully they get me so I can duel here. He baits my crit on accident. That sucks. We might be dead soon. They have a lot of CC. And all their CDs up. And I'm rotting. Yeah, I just die randomly too. We both get double killed in one sheep. That sucks. I think the mage just had too much fun. Even though we didn't let the SP cast the whole game. Can't tell if that's just a healer diff too though. Even though we got a lot of good CC on the druid. Smoke bomb more value. Nah, dueling for CC is good. I just wish they'd delete bargain so that there'd be like more flexible talents for sure, but Bladestorm with my stun. Storm bolts me while he's in Bladestorm? Okay. Didn't even know you could do that. Break this fade. Big Abyss crit on his blink too. Cool. CC's ending. Random Moonfire so I can't sap out of that, of course. Wish I could gouge here, but he still has a random Moonfire half the game. Align that. Rest in peace, all my modifiers. No step kick for the surge. This is gonna be a lot of damage for them. We might just die here. I don't know if he has disperse or not. I think I'm just dead. That sucks. Warrior just solos me. Guess I should have played Disarm, I don't know. Maybe I can't play DFA in this lobby. Yeah, I know the ICD for Slayer Bloodstorm also bugs out big debuffs and Omni Auras a lot too. Or I'm getting wind traded on, man. I shouldn't have killed the Siphene. I should have just disarmed sooner and then dueled his trinket, I guess. But I was playing bomb, not duel. I don't know. Ash. Or so you just Moonfire so I can't gouge because, you know, gotta pad 20k as a healer, you know? Multi-pen, we're very scared actually. I'm just gonna ban it. That. Don't want to go Druid. I might just be dead here. You just skip the song. Blind for Druid if I don't die here. Might though. Dying through like every defensive on our team. I don't feel like I win any like Fury Warrior lobbies ever. I don't know. Even though it's like 2 wizards, like I should be winning. Just seems like Warrior Mage and Warrior SP feel hard. I thought this was originally just gonna be an R Druid gap, but it's hard to do anything. SP's immortal, Warrior's immortal, Arcane's immortal. Like Druid is the only target that can take any damage at all. Should not have cloaked this, I'm just annoyed. Is that here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm still using Omniwara. I don't have any import for it or anything. It doesn't import that well either. You could try this, I guess, but I didn't really change almost anything. I just tried to custom add Bladestorm to work with Slayer and it still doesn't work. He accepted after I started the duel to someone else, so I canceled it. Didn't realize this guy was a Resto Druid until he started the duel, but I just didn't have blades either. I only do damage with blades. Starting to duel without blades is kind of rough. Pretty fun, yeah. You're generally gonna be last on damage, but you can still carry games. I think Outlaw's probably gonna be the best, but I think Sub is still really good. I'd say the rotation's a little more fun because you have more things you could pad, but shouldn't have wasted T there because I didn't have blades or anything. None of my stuff lines up from the previous duel. I got the guaranteed crit from killing Siphfiend. Even though I already basically built it farming into the disperse, but yeah, Rook's pretty fun right now. I don't think it's like the most broken thing ever, like DK Fury, you know, Frost Mage, Ellie, Resto Druid, Dragon, like Frost Mage. But there's a lot of stuff you can still do. I still much prefer Cata Rogue, but I like playing around CC and not like micro padding and yeah, always wound, yeah. Wound crippling. Has all 3 specs. Like maybe if you have like a Mortal Strike on your team, you can switch to like Deadly Poison on Asa. But even if you're playing like Outlaw or Seb, even if you have a Mortal Strike on your team that has 100% uptime, chances are there's going to be windows where you're swapping around and your team isn't swapping the first global that you are. And an extra like 2% instant poison is not really going to be worth. Or your teammate's peeled and, you know, someone just needs to apply it. Like I wouldn't pick instant poison over it ever, but if you're like Asa and like your team is applying mortal for you in a shuffle, then yeah, it's like okay, I guess I'll just go deadly because that actually does a big deal. And you could still immortal strike anyway with Shiv when needed at that point. If like your team's crossed or something, you know. Killing the Siphene didn't give me a proc, so I wasted my proc on the Siphene. Nice. Takes a Q and leaves. Unlucky. Where's my Q at? Blind missed because of Nimble Brew or something, I guess. That's what the icon looked like. Kill him out of this, but my shuffle. Oh, I think he bugged my shuffle. Oh, there we go. Wasn't letting me enter while disoriented or whatever. Good crit. Might actually be dead here. Oh, he was actually dead there too. That's just, I consider it to be a buff to sub compared to Asa and Outlaw. In terms of making sub be more balanced around. If sub is the quality of life spec. I'm using the S Arena updated 2 or whatever by Samers. There's no Fury Warrior in this lobby, so I think I should do good. I should get good pre-CC with like DB and Gouge and stuff. But yeah, healer DPS should beat you. But you can play perfect and beat the bad ones. Take a vis crit. Volley, he fakes me. Life swap. I can swap mage after I finish my stacks here. Swap on the paints up, kick the ice wall. Get my crit on the mage. Do a sepsis just to get a cheap shot on him, no blink. If I have no dances or anything. I want to defensively duel the healer to not die, but they're just way too far from me. Duel the hunter, stun his disengage, but I just get rooted. I have disarm in 3. Disarm the end of that just to be as annoying as possible. I think I'm still just dead. Pick ice wall. A vis crit, you might die. Try a DFA for the mobility so bad. Nice. And they're all triple rotting, so. Hunter's on my team, so I don't need disarm. Or just dies without pressing buttons. I mean, I'm tracking defensive, so I don't know if he does or not, but. Go back, disarm. Ice wall, take a vis crit. Blind trinket. Already dueled, so I kind of wasted step there. Vis crit. Might be dead here randomly. Arm non-true shot. Still lines up, I guess, though. Half sap because the resheep's late. Do a DR cheap shot for Micro Piss. The Vis crit the priest. Got this first. Going for a trap. Cross forever and can't get the Siphene. Killing the Siphene gives me an Abyss crit proc. So I made sure to Shadow Strike it to put Deathstark marks on it. Duel the Priest defensively and offensively. Big Abyss crit here. It's the first time I've been top dam in a round ever, I think, in a long time, or at least a little while. Unless the round like ends literally in the opener, like if someone presses no defensives for like 10 seconds straight on their whole team. That Peeler, I guess. Fake open this guy, but I want to go Hunter. Blind off that. Gouge Trinket. This crit. I'm in range to step kick. Kick volley instead, I guess. Getting the mage while he's locked out. That was really awkward of me, actually, to just CC myself on blades. Thought I would Shadow Strike teleport in and out and be fine. On the disengage, so it doesn't go as far. Get that. Do a gouge, do a kidney. My gouge breaks to air. Re-solos him, nice. No melee is good at all in pre-patch except for DK. But on beta, sub's good. On pre-patch, everyone has like 3 times as much armor as they're supposed to have because of how they were trying to rebalance leveling or something stupid instead of like turning it off at max level. So melee just don't do any damage on pre-patch. Unless you're like a wizard melee like DK, where you just don't really care about armor anyway. Then the Abyss crit for the Ross. Build another crit. I'm gonna save it though and not pump it into Ross, so I'll just re-rupture even though I don't need to. So I don't use the buff. blind healer out of that if he doesn't trinket. Big of this crit. You lost after I already crit. Kick penance. From the tail end of that. Kidney healer in a sec. Big of this. Alright, can I get the hunter his only win to get 5? Oh, he's on my team, so I don't need disarm. It's good DFA. Didn't sub, thanks, man. Have the Abyss crit ready. Big crit. Crickets. Priest willed the fear, kick the heal. Kill the Siphene. I need to Shadow Strike the Siphene first though, so I get a proc. It's awkward because I want to blind healers before I vanish, so I can make use of the cooldown reduction. So I was kind of just holding on to everything for way too long there. Big of this crit. Volley again. I have the most damage blocks, unfortunate. Maybe solo disperse too. I'm gonna get double feared, can't avoid it. Hunter might be dead here. He's doing a good job lining, but good poly. Stun him while he's locked out so he can't blink. Can get a restun with sepsis. Restun for CC. Sepsis teleport on Shadow Strike. Somehow considering my Deathstalker mark didn't apply a new one. That's kind of annoying. But I have no way to apply a mark. Bandage to live a sec, but we're all gonna get feared here. Yeah, I don't think I can stop the 06. I mean, this crit expires before I get to use it, so I was like trying to farm dance forever there. Offensively, duel the mage. I have a vanish in 5 to save me, Crimson Vial. Try to feint the meteor, vanish in 1. Yeah. It's pretty heavy. We still got 4 wins out of 6, so it's not the worst. Right behind DFA. It's pretty good. Because it counts as 2 finishers. On the going up in the air part and the landing part. So you can kind of rush your Deathstalker marks really well with it. I don't play it every single game though. I've been trying to, but sometimes you just need duel or bomb, I feel like, but to end the game. Especially against the classes where you can't really fit a good DFA into your rotation because they like have fade and stuff. If you want to have like no chance of like gapping your stuns. Or if it's like a matchup where you don't really need to use it for like the mobility to immune CC and stuff. But sometimes it's just like a free way to just avoid peels on your go, especially like on a kidney go. Yeah, DFA is supposed to be buffed to 40 this expansion, but in PvP it still has like an old template nerf back down to 15, so they didn't actually buff it like they were supposed to. Yeah, like on the tooltip it says 40, but then as soon as you're in PvP it goes down to 15. But yeah, I don't really always just DFA for the damage of it. It's just to like farm your Deathstalker stacks way faster, because it counts as 2 finishers. And just to be unpeelable sometimes. Yeah, Resto or Feral? Joking, he is Resto. Wait, actually, maybe he is Feral. I'm so lost. I forgot that all the specs have trends now. I mean, excited death, is that what you're saying? Or what do you mean SD greater than pre-med? I don't know what you're asking. I am playing pre-med. Swift Death? Yeah, I like Swift Death a lot. But I still have pre-med with it. I'm playing both. I just drop Shadow Focus and the Symbol Script. And I get AoE Rupture too that way. Shadow Focus and improve Shadow Techniques, yeah. I like Swift Death. I don't feel like you need crit that much. And I don't feel like I have any energy issues with T, generally. Unless I've been just 1v1ing a healer for 10 minutes, you know? That was a terrible dance. For some reason, I like bar lagged a backstab. I haven't done that in forever. I kind of messed up how many calm points I got. Right now I'm just AFK waiting for every modifier to line up. Which is good right now, but... Take a Vis crit. Yeah, you can do this. But I don't know why you would. And you could drop replicating for the crit chance, but... I have like focus everything, and I put target last target in most of my stuff. Which is good against like Hunter Feign Death. I have like ping on my focus blind, I guess. CD is 30, yeah. They nerfed it. Let me check a Q. I don't know if I want to duel a Resto Druid twice. Took so long to kill him last time. Like, I'm just dead. Yeah. That sucks. Pretty much have to, like, double Cloak Vanish AFK the entire zoo. It was just 5 billion stupid pets all over my screen. Or I could have maybe played duel and like try the duel to avoid the pets, but I think they still hit me even in the duels, so it's kind of hard to avoid all that. Just die to random AI. It should be lethal right here. They buff BFA? No, it's just good with Deathstalker because it counts as like 2 finishers. That's like really efficient for like burning through all your stacks. And you can sometimes just immune CC within stuff. My blind breaks to air, but he trinkets it anyway. Nice. Should have did a secret tech just to proc the tier set. Hopefully we get another shuffle pop soon. Biggest of this. There we go. Kind of okay. I mean, in duels, yeah. I don't know. It seems really feast or famine. I either like 5-1 every lobby, or I go 1-0-6 or 1-5. I feel like I really struggle into Fury Warriors in terms of them just doing 2.5 times my damage. and like really shutting me down with even Fury having Blade Storm and just the Slayer where they could Stormbolt me while I'm being Blade Stormed and having to deal with Intervene and like all the peels and stuff. Like I feel the Gouge nerf way more than the Kidney nerf. I feel like every lobby is just like some mage doing really well. Yeah, I'm usually last on damage. My CC is really good though, and I could still win a lot of games. But yeah, unless the round's like really short. Like I think I could outdamage Hunters, I think, but that's about it. But yeah, 1v1s it's pretty good. DFA is really fun, even though it's bugged. It's supposed to be buffed this expansion, but it's like less than it even was in Dragonflight. Because there's like a PvP template nerf on it. But it interacts really well with their hero talents. Because it counts as like 2 finishers. So it's like interesting to get to play it again, even though I lose like Bomb or Disarm for it usually, but yeah, it's satisfying. I wish there was a little less mobility in the game overall for like ranged and melee, but like it's pretty dumb when you're like chasing a mage blinking like 4 times while you're like DFAing and Shadow Strike teleporting and Vanish teleporting and Vanish also resetting your step, and then like you can both just blink like 6 times in like 5 seconds sometimes. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, we got our guaranteed crit. I want to kind of go with the healer. Gonna cloak this, even though it's kind of bad. Build the kidney. He's not pre-walling it. I have the most damage right here. Big Abyss. Into a secret. 2 finishers away from another Big Abyss. I'm gonna defensively duel or just keep blinding my healer and almost die. Go blind here. Duel defensively. Still getting 1 shot. Hellstone, I guess, even though I didn't want to. Thought with an Ardred I could be a little more greedy there. Evasion, the Feral stun on me. Actually, I didn't even have Evasion. Try to kidney everything here with Vanish. He clones, it kind of screws me a little bit, but I have a big Abyss crit here. I have Blades at like 3. I'm gonna save the Blades though. He's trying to ice wall me off. Maybe I'll go gate up. Set this teleport over there, I get faked. I want to go Feral with this. I have Cloak in 1. I just need to get there. Should have cloaked the Ursul's Vortex. I have the most damage here. Abyss crit everything, but I just get CC'd on my dance. There's the big Abyss. I can stun off the UA to spell. He does his own stun. Love to see it. Maybe I'll gouge off it since the lock's not dotting for 1 time. I get knocked away. We get a nice clone off that. Just DFA for mobility. Wild, yeah, actually though, because it's like I get a free Shadow Strike teleport. He blast waves me, and then it's like I re-step it, and then he like blinks the stun, and then I re-step it, and then he like blinks back the stun, and then I like Vanish Shadow Strike that, and then there's like another blink or just random gap close from like DB or something, and then I just also have like step reset from the Vanish, and it's like borderline a game of patty cake or something. I don't know. Some Dragon Ball Z all over the screen. Just instant transmission spam. Oh, I should have tried to trinket kick that. Dual healer defensively and offensively. It keeps the Feral from coming to stun me. I got Trank, nice. Feral's getting soloed. I'm still gonna stay on Ardred though. Step the Ursul. Get a stun resto in 2. Might you just get soloed? Okay. Nice little barrage execute. Ardred weak? I wouldn't go that far. I think Ardred's the only thing that can kind of compete with Dragon, but like Dragon is like by far the best. It's not even close. I used to think it was like Ardred or Dragon then Ardred, but no, it's just Dragon and then no other healers even in the same game, same expansion. Big DFA here, guaranteed crit too. Getting into a blind, I get coiled. Maybe gouge trinket. I almost had the sap on his trinket. That was so close. Mage just dies. Okay. 1.8 non-mill crit bite, nice. I wasn't even watching the mage's HP bar. I was just sad I didn't get the sap on trinket. They had light blooms on him too. Okay. Alter DC, that makes more sense. I didn't even realize that was you, Seavard. I wasn't even watching your health, I was just on the lock and the druid. I was like, what? How the hell did you get soloed? Resto is just terrified of us, it's funny. Evasion the Incarn restun. Dying through it though. Big DFA here. Need to go get to the druid really bad, but gouge trinket. Another abyss crit. Or I might just die here. Big Polite. I think I just solo rest the druid here. Well, this makes up for losing the last lobby really hard. We were over 2,300. I want to get 2-4 for no reason. Just because I'm that bored of a whole month of beta waiting on the expansion to start. Because even when the expansion comes out in 2 more weeks, we're going to have to wait 2 weeks at max level for Arena to start. Ideally, I'd be playing cata right now, but people seem to be just waiting for the end of the season. It's kind of hard to find queues every day. I wish people just played more in general. It's hard to like be on healthy hours and like not just have people say wait for prime time every single time I try to queue. When's cata season end? Probably like a month or less. No one knows until they do a 2-week warning though, but if cata is supposed to be a year long, Firelands should be pretty soon. We've had this first tier for a while now. We're more than a couple months in. I'm gonna duel here. Got his wall. Send my Abyss crit into the wall, Sag. Get a free sepsis teleport upstairs, OP. Blind off this, but I don't think Emerald applies combat, so I should be able to tap it. Yeah. It breaks because everyone tab AoEs in the game. Take that. Big Abyss crit. Maybe kick the sleep into a gouge. Have another crit ready. Could try to kill the dragon too, he has no trinket. Never mind, he alter times. Lock has time dial, but I think it's still worth it. Oh, I could have cloaked that. I mean, Feral finishes him, so it's fine. I think this is a 6er, unless I just jinxed it. How do you have working add-ons? You just have to get like updated versions on CurseForge. Like you have to like add the beta separately, and there's different add-ons for the beta. So like the Diminish is like this fixed one by JSA or whatever, and then there's like a S Arena updated 2 by Sammers. And then Weak Auras from CurseForge just work naturally, so did Omnibar and OmniCC. It was just Diminish and S Arena I had to get differently. And then obviously Better Blizz, Plates and Frames, these are like majority of my UI, and these work, so. Well, I just got them on CurseForge and they work. Feeling pretty good. Not every lobby is like this though, but I struggle into DKs and Fury Warriors and stuff, I think. Big Abyss crit. Try to evasion the Feral stunning me with his meld. I evasioned his meld. Sucks I moved my stacks over to him though, so now I'm kind of committed to hitting him for a couple globals. Kidney into a blind here. Actually, I'll just go back to lock. My stacks be damned. He polys off it. Blind is trinket though. One more finisher away from getting an Abyss crit. I have the ready, the proc. Could swap Feral with it. Emerald. Try to kick the clone. Nice mage kick set. And he just solos him. Nice. Okay, we'll take it. I leapfrog, go on the other road now. No. Next kick to the cast bar. That's my Better Blizz frames. One of my mods made it. Bodify, the guy right above you in chat, he made it. He's a lock I do viewer twos with a lot on you, but basically this is my party cast bars, combat indicator, the certain buffs being like highlighted and prioritized as the first buff, which you can do for debuffs too. It's literally like 80% of my UI. And yeah, there's a setting in there with cast bars where you can even have it color coded by like how far in the cast it is. But yeah, it's this interrupt CD icon. And you can even have it be like different color if it's like on CD or whatever too. Yeah, it's really, really OP. It's like half my UI. And I like having certain buffs be bigger and highlighted and prioritized at the front of the buff list more than I like big debuffs. Just because big debuffs can't show two things at the same time a lot of times. So it lets you notice like rally and stuff like that way better. First thing after hours. I mean, it's pretty hit or miss. Yeah, it's like 1-5, 1-5, 6-0, 5-1, and then a couple fours just because someone go 0-6. Yeah. Flying on a web spider. Yeah, this is the PvP mount, like the vicious. Not like the Glide mount or anything, but I haven't really played much Asta, but Outlaw feels pretty good. I've tried it. Yeah. Outlaw seems decent. But lobbies are hard for me. Usually the Fury Warrior lobbies, I feel like. With Arachnophobia. I tried Arachnophobia. It doesn't work with it. It works with everything else but this. Because this is what it normally looks like, right? I'm going to turn Arachnophobia on. This is like the one spider that just goes through Arachnophobia. I like that it like is like a sugar glider though, you know? Like a flying squirrel. Full Gligar mode. It'd be funny if it was just a flying crab though. Bro, fire, I mean. Yeah, Fury Wares seem really hard, and then some DK stuff feels really hard. And then sometimes like these really weird pure wizard lobbies where no one will die. I have a really hard time killing like Ellie's and mages and some shadow priests. I don't know. There's like some full wizard lobbies that are kind of hard, but from Pika University, yeah, it was fun watching you do your sub rogue push at one point. I think it would just be healthier for the game if like sub rogue is the real most competitive spec in general. I know I'm biased, but I think whenever Outlaw and Acer are good, they're just like they take over AWC entirely, and there's just like 8 different Acer rogues or 8 different Outlaw rogues. Whenever sub is broken, there's like 3 people at most. And then, you know, some people like kind of going close, you know? It's like Calvish is like the only one doing it, and then like, you know, like Palamore's trying something, I'm trying something, maybe Aiden's around or something, you know. Or there's like some people that can play both, like Trill's obviously one of the few people that can play it. Um Probably forgetting some people. Oh, obviously Nick the Rogue can play it. Wealthy Man in the past has played it. But like really counting on my fingers, I can't find more than a couple people to play it. Even then, like there's a gigantic drop off after like Calvish, right? And then whenever Outlaw and Ass is good, everyone's just kind of communist on the same footing, and it's just not as exciting. Which healer's the most fun? I mean, ideally every healer. That way the game is like less dead. I think Druid metas are obviously the worst, but for the game, I just wish every healer had more ways to outplay CC and more ways to like land 30-second CCs with the go every time. So that healers were like actually contributing to the game rather than just, oh, I do damage as a healer. Like I think like melee wings was stupid, dragon damage is stupid, Fistweaver is obviously dumb. Like not like in terms of balancing, but by design. Like atonement is terrible for the game. Like healers that want to play aggro shouldn't be about doing random pad disintegrate damage or something. It should be about like having good purges, dispelling multiple CCs in a row, or you know, having really good CCs. I think the T build is way better than Kyrian. I shouldn't have. Respect. They're not gonna give me the rematch. That's fucked up. Yeah, Holy Priest is always really fun. I mean, I wish Disc was just kind of like the Holy, but without Atonement. Big DFA. Maybe I can make him cancel his altar early. Oh, I didn't have Cloak. Or Cheat Death. Oops. If I don't Cloak like the Veins, I just get Ice Lance down. Well, that means no bubble, yeah. I mean, he has Wall every other stun of the whole game. Watch DBZ a long time ago, yeah. I've seen some of Super, but feel like to duel a mage, I need like both vanishes and cloak. Najimbu. I mean, I actually kind of had that at one point. I've had like every pun under the sun at one point. How's the wooting? Wooting's amazing. It's not. You're not gonna feel it as much in WoW as you would like an FPS game, or like Osu, but it still makes a huge difference for ADD spamming strafe back and forth, and in general you can like lower your spell queue window a lot. You just play faster with them. Trying to ban them. No, they're just trying to ban SCOD or whatever. They're not trying to ban the individual wooting. They're just trying to ban that setting, and that's because of what Razer did. Because Razer put Counter-Strike game-breaking cheats into their software, and then every company was just like, well, if Razer's doing it and people are buying Razer because they let people cheat, I guess we all have to do it. And then Wooting made a giant like community poll on their Twitter of like, should we implement this? And people voted yes, so they're like, okay. But at the end of the day, like Wooting hotfixed that shit in like one day, and they could easily hotfix it out if they get banned from all events and people want it, or they'll maybe just make a whole different keyboard that has it than the main one, you know? Like they're an amazing company. I've been waiting months on the 80% layout, but they like literally do like weekly update videos of like touring the factory and like talking about all the stuff that they're doing and all that. And they're just really, really transparent about everything. I was supposed to get it in a couple weeks, but they ended up delaying it because they had like a 0.5% defect rate or something, and they were like, nope, we have to get this to 0. So they delayed it like another month. But they're crazy. They poll everyone on everything. It's like the RuneScape effect where they just talk to their community about everything, and they make sure everyone's on board with what they're doing. And I've like never seen a company actually that care that much and let people be that involved. But yeah, I don't even consider it cheating, honestly, the SCOD thing. I mean, in Counter-Strike, yes. In any other game, no. And that's just a limitation of how Counter-Strike is poorly designed in a way. Because it's such a campy game, kinda. I don't know, counter-strafing is just not that fun, because I ADD like movement. That's why I like to play like FPS games where I'm all over the place. Like the old school Gears of War, like, you know, shotgun wall dancing, or Guns the Duel, or Quake, or, you know. Like Doom Eternal was really fun. You know, I like going fast, so. Counter-strafing to me, I just don't get it, why it's fun. I mean, I get liking it because it's skilled. Like if you're really good at like building in Fortnite or something, I get wanting to be rewarded for it. But I think it's like an outdated mechanic anyway that just needs to go. I think the whole spam strafe element of it isn't that broken. It's literally just the getting perfect counter strafes in Counter-Strike specifically that setting is an issue. And it's kind of a bad setting to use in other games. Because sometimes there's a little bit of like input lag in it. But yeah, the wooting in general is just a game changer in terms of the what every keyboard has been trying to copy them on the last year and a half of what's called Hall effect, like magnetic switches. And basically it's like the key doesn't have to go all the way down before it's allowed to get reset on the way coming back up. So you're able to kind of just repress it as if the key is still resetting. You basically have a fluctuating actuation point instead of it being like, oh, cherry reds actuate at 45 grams of force or whatever. It's literally like you could literally set it to 0.1 actuation if you want. And it's just, as the key's coming back up, it's already reset. And like the magnetic switches, and it's just, it's really, really nice quality of life thing. It feels way less like input laggy when you get a wooting. Like most companies have like an alternative knockoff wooting now at this point. Like Razer has a knockoff, SteelSeries has a knockoff and all that, but generally their softwares are clunkier for it. And people test it with like high-speed cameras and stuff on YouTube, and the Wooting has like way less input lag on it as well. Like people that are trying to copy it aren't copying it as well. Yeah, it is a game changer. The only downside is just how long it takes to get one sometimes. But it's pretty easy to get the 60 now. But the 80, everyone's still waiting on the very first batch to be shipped out. But I'm excited for that next month. I'm playing the same talents, yeah. I'm like 2500 Brazil with PvE gear. Playing like 33 crit, 7 hit, and 20 out of 20 expertise. If it kind of slap, yeah, it pumps. Because it counts as 2 finishers. So you can kind of use the last Deathstalker and then still get the crit too. Pretty hard to 1v1 a healer without 80% dampening though. Yeah, this guy's resto. Got skin here and I didn't blades are on use or anything, so that's good. Where's my 80% dampening at, man? This crit? Then I could have waited 1 more second on symbols. Guys just got 3 Trents out. Blind bandage before you redots me with Moonfire. Rogue's playable with 200 ping? I wouldn't recommend it. Unless you're like a rank 1 player and you're like EU smurfing on NA or something and you have 150, not 200. You want to play something that does not like have positional requirements or has higher stakes of landing or faking interrupts. You want to just be like some Demo Lock or DK or something if you have really, really high ping. You don't want to be trying to make outplays and stuff. We'll see how this lobby goes. I need to go back to cheat death. We don't really get anything new, just a couple more passives to change your rotation. And they nerfed Gouge again and nerfed Kidney again. So it's even less CC based, but... Shadow Strike is really bad during Priest, because it reset my stacks off of the Mage. But now I'm like kinda committed to swapping the Rogue, but... I don't know what removed my stacks off Rogue. I still have yet to get a proc. That air. I didn't really get to do any damn that round, neither did the Warrior. Just because my stacks got removed like twice. Once because I like Shadow Strike the Priest to build Kidney, and then the other one, I don't know what removed my stacks. I'm thinking maybe he cloaked them or something. Yeah, that's Steve Arcs, yeah. That's kind of annoying. Shadow Strike didn't give me stacks there, but okay. Dying in a Gouge. I'm gonna Vis crit when I get out of this and blades everything. Should be like 5 billion overkill. Actually, I'm the one dying on my go. Cheat death worked for once. They force you to tunnel one target? Kinda, yeah. Because if I Shadow Strike someone else, I'll go back to 3 stacks on someone else. And the goal is to get to 0. Because then you get a 60% stronger Avis that's a guaranteed crit. So you have to spend 3 finishers to basically get rid of your stacks to get the buff. But if you Shadow Strike someone new, it's gonna like swap them. And the finishers have to be all ruptures or eviscerates. Kidney and like slice and dice don't count. One literally right here with duel. I could vanish to reset my blades. That sucks. I think it's just a 6-0 for the warrior. Or 6-0 for Seavarks, I guess, actually. How you doing, Donovan? Yeah, I feel like kidney should count. It's kind of weird. Tap 2 out of 3 nulls. Got the last one off. Cloaking because I'm almost in execute range. I'm rogue. Pick that. The kidney. Focus off my stacks. Pick the poly. Go rogue defensively. I would have liked to save this for Emerald, but I feel like we're dying otherwise. We're just soloing the healer, I don't know. No stacks forever, because I'm just getting microed the whole time. Farm rogue. Try to gouge mage, but it's gonna break. I can't get the nullifyings off of dragon. You off kidney? No, the only way you generate stacks is with Shadow Strike. Or finishing a set of stacks. So if you do the last stack, it'll make a new one automatically. Still another word? I think so, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't seen enough warlocks and mages in the same game. Wheels that and warrior trinkets, nice. To maybe get a sap, he just intervenes. I was gonna gouge, but that growth kind of fucks me. I would try to duel here, but I don't think I have enough damage. So I'll just keep farming. Pick mage. Might blind my dots off, even though it's DR, just to get a sap here. Or at least a gouge into a kidney. A duel here, but he gets to swap off while I'm in poly. Cloaking because I'm in execute range. Try to do a defensive duel even though I don't have that much damage. I think I'm just dead for not walking back to the pillar sooner here. Yeah, I don't think I could ever kill a priest, a fury, or an arcane. They're just triple immortal. The mage is probably a much better target to hit though. The mage is really busted right now. Arcane's not even that good. Like Frost is like probably one of the best specs you can play, but they're gonna just keep nerfing it into the ground. Ice Lance is insane. Dragon's blinking in instead of letting me get CC. Guess he's lagged out or something. Weird. I don't know why he AFK'd. Yeah, something on Frost needs to be casted for sure. I mean, DKL you gotta cover. Those are by far the best. Block's already got nerfed a bit, but I'm sure they'll bounce back. Rogue's solid. You could try Fury, I guess. Fury's pretty busted. Some of the very best lobbies with mid healers, yeah. I mean, that's generally how Shuffle always is, though. And the other problem is also you'll get one good healer and then like one rat healer, and it's just a guaranteed 6-0. Because there's usually much wider MMR ranges between the healers, because there's always a healer shortage. Right now I'm playing Deathstalker, always, yeah. Asa definitely does way more damage than the other specs. Sub is definitely the lowest damage of the three, unless the game is like 1 DR long. And people just greed every single button. I don't know what's going on with Spotify right now, we're mixing it up. I have a big crit out of this. Damn. SP Locker Ellie, yeah. Hunter could be good too. Or Feral. You can do like FMP. Feral doesn't look bad. I don't think it's like Fury Warrior DK level broken. Windwalker Mage is hit or miss. Some expansions it's good, some expansions it's not. Depends on the meta. Usually it's like It doesn't have enough control. It's more solo shuffle-y or like Destro locky. I was gonna blind that, but he blinked it. Should've just bombed it, I guess. Probably dead though, cause Vayne's. Crit. For the altar. Love it. I think I'm so dead here. Dueling mages is really, really hard unless I have every single CD under the sun. And I run them down in the first minute and they like choke. It's a pretty big deal actually, yeah. I mean, they already nerf barriers a little bit. It's just like him blinking 6 times in a row versus my stepping 6 times in a row is like more permanent for him. After like the third exchange, I start running out of ways to just step multiple times and he doesn't. Because like his cooldowns are more consistent, whereas I'm just zerging with like double vanish. So you kind of just have to have every single button and run them over in the first minute. Or in arena where you have a pillar. You can just pillar till you have vanish back. And like heal more, but... I mean, I could also take off my tier set and go like Iron Stomach, I guess, too. If I wanted to. If it was like a dual tourney or something. Just because the tier set on beta doesn't scale. Unless you're in arena. So you're missing like 30 item level wearing tier in duels. Healer 2s? Yeah, that's boring. It'll work though. I don't see the buff anymore. You might be hiding it with my Better Blizz profile. Like, I hide the buff. I hide a bunch of buffs. Just so that I can see what's fucking happening. But I'll check next lobby. Do a shuffle too to test it in shuffle. Gloomblade not worth it? Nah, Gloomblade's terrible. The only reason people played Gloomblade was because Subterfuge used to not work. And it does triple what Backstab does, but the goal is you should almost never be backstabbing or Gloomblading ever. If you're doing everything else right. Like Shadow Strike is a lot better. If you're like perma and Subterfuge or dance. Or like Fan and Ivesing between dances. Yeah, I'm still scaled. No, you can't use Shroud in PvP. I mean, I have very high mastery compared to most people because I'm doing NG goggles, NG bracers, 2 verse mastery daggers, the heavy verse mastery rings, heavy verse mastery neck. And I could change this belt to a verse mastery one, but you can't socket the crafted belt. I mean, I can't socket the crafted helmet or bracers either, but this crit. Another of this crit. I'm also using the, I'm not using the Cursed Mastery enchants. There's a different enchant. You can either do 315 Mastery, or you can do 390 Mastery, but lower your crit by 115. So you're basically trading 85, or not 85. Trading like 75 for 115, which sounds terrible, but honestly, I don't really need the crit at all. Usually I do the higher mastery. Because you crit from your 4-set anyway. The only thing that's kind of nice about the crit, like later in the expansion, will be just critting the majority of your secret tech hits. I did like the idea of Rotten to like crit a Kyrian or crit a Shadow Strike while still playing. Like you just drop Dark Brew, but I lost too much rupture damage. And losing T felt too bad too. Because it was just like a 20% modifier. Couldn't afford it. T is just too good. Calvus is going crit? I don't think so. I know crit's really good for Outlaw and Essa because there's like a fate bound thing where it gives you a lot of damage reduction. But Night Elf is mandatory for Asa and Outlaw, yeah. But with sub, with dance and stuff, you don't really need it. 90-second trinket lets you play more aggro. It's just free 2% more verse mastery, kind of. Well, not like 2%, like 83 to 85, but like 2% of how much mastery rating you have. So it's a lot smaller than that, but later in the expansion, like on a season 4, it's a big deal. But in a season 1, it's humans not that much. It's just to like be different. But for the most part, Night Elf is better if you have any intention of playing Outlaw or Essa at all. Like if you're gonna play all 3, just go Night Elf. And there's more fun things you can do with Night Elf too, because it's not passive. You can make a lot of like game-winning meld plays. Meld the coil, you know, meld the Stormbolt. Get a re-stealth and hide because your healer got blinded or something. Like, there's a lot you can do with meld. Get like a resap without having to commit your dance. Meld is generally more fun. I've just been trying to do as much damage as possible. What Dark Iron? I mean, nah. It puts your trinket on CD. Dancing, hoping I could DFA there. He's like ranging my DFA. It's so annoying. There's my cheat death. He missed throwing a fire though, so we're chilling. That's awkward. I tried to kick that. Big DFA crit. I think he just didn't have block. It's awkward when I danced to do the big DFA crit, and it just was out of range forever. Fireblade shares with badge. No, it shares with medallion, so you can't like trinket aggro, or you die for trinketing aggro on accident. And when you get peeled, they just kill you on their peel. Like maybe if you knew what you're queuing into, and you're like a Q snipe dodger, and you're like, oh, I'm fighting a feral or an Aster Rogue, and I'm removing 5 billion debuffs or something, and it's like good defensively and offensively at the same time for counter pressure, but nah. I had stepped DFA'd because I couldn't get in range. Because I wasted half my dance trying to get a DFA range. Because I had insane damage. Because it was the guaranteed crit, 60% stronger DFA with every modifier. Yeah, call out the squisher. Go and faint because I don't have cheat death anyway. I hate blast waves so much. Just want to move my character, man. I have to cloak, even though it's not his CDs, just because I execute range. The worst feeling is just getting re-blast waved on a step. Can't even deny it with like step stun. Just like blink stun, blink backwards, re-blink, alter, alter back, blink forward again, blink backwards again, blink forward again. It's actually insane. Yeah, Shuff's always long, even on like the beta queues on Shuffle are way faster than retail usually is. Like even when the real game comes out. If you're high rated, you're gonna be in Shuffle queue generally for somewhere between 30 minutes and 2 hours. If you're high rated, usually. If it's not like the last week of a season or like the first couple weeks of a season. Yeah, healers always get the insta heal life. Not worth opening with cheap shot rupture there. Letting him peel me. Awkward, I have to run through the rain of fire. Big DFA on his blink. Sexy alters the big crit though. I think I'm just dead here. Not sure why I can't go. I guess that broke and then he blinked away back. Yeah. I didn't have cheat deaths because it was on CD for the other duels, so I respect. I don't know, I think WoW is more chill without comps. I think League would also be a dumpster fire with comps. Some people just ruin things for everyone. And capitalism is not going to budget people to actually properly review and ban people. It's just going to get automated, and people are going to get mass reported and banned unfairly like they do in WoW. And hurts profits to have like a actual, you know, list of GMs that investigate things and care. Hurts profits. Awkward. Better way to just trinket the poly. Actually dead here. Oh, we live. Barely. We get in DFA range one time. Oh, that sucks. He died like that global too. Always awkward to try to actually DFA when just like perma like 40 yards away from one poly. Thank you, McLaughlin. Hope you've been doing good, man. This drought from waiting a month for new stuff is rough. I wish cata was more active, but I want to stick to cata all the way through. I don't want to just only play season 1. Hopefully the end of season for cata is soon, and that brings a lot of people back so I can queue it every day. And then we have ranked war within in like a month. Just don't have dance charges. Should have waited on every single CD. kind of hard if I don't have like double Van Dance everything. If I don't have every CD, it's like such a much harder duel than it needs to be. Because his CDs seem all really short outside of Ice Block. Can't really do anything if I don't have every single button. Besides like pillar and wait for every single button, but there's no pillar in a duel. Can you change GG? Not really, no. I think it'll be fine. Hopefully it makes sub better than Asa, that'd be nice. Even if Asa does way more damn. Yeah, Classic is all just snipers and dodgers, sadly. Nuking into altar this time, fuck it. I don't have cloak from the last duel, so I might just die. Hoping I would get his block there and then bandage, but I think if you buy the Epic Edition or whatever, you get the guaranteed beta. But I think you could just sign up to it too, and they do waves pretty often, I think. I think so, yeah. It's like that in the early access and all that. It's unfortunate. At least I didn't blades yet. I need a pillar so badly, man. I need to gouge that Evo so bad. Blinked only like 2 feet, I might be able to play the game. He blinked forward 2 feet, blinked backward 2 feet, and I still can't really get to him because he had 3 more blinks. Yeah, I think the Band-Aid thing's a bug, but it doesn't have a debuff right now, and they heal for a lot. Crazy because Frost is like just as annoying to duel too. It's not even like an arcane thing. I think displacement is just so disgusting. But it's so is having 2 steps, vanish, reset your step, and Shadow Strike teleport. It's literally just Dragon Ball Z. Just two people instant transmissioning 7 times in 4 seconds each. Blows my mind how it's like, okay. Like, it's not even like he's playing Shimmer. He could be blinking way more. Blows my mind. But you can just, like, triple blink while being blink stunned. Guess I'm just dead. XD. I had a guaranteed DFA crit there, but... It's unfortunate that my 7 blinks in a row have a cooldown and his don't. So after like 2 exchanges, he just has all of the anti-mobility tools and I have no more mobility. Once I don't have like double van. Even with DFA, I can't really get there. I need like every single CD. Like starting a duel like this with no trinket, no cloak, and no van is already unwinnable. That hit me out a mile away, nice. Tried to pre-kick the Evo. He has alter almost every other stun DR of the game. And there's like no way for me to like not wait 10 seconds into the alter. Big DFA crit. He walls it. I'm just dead, I think. I'm just dead here then because I got faked. I mean, that's like the downside of just go-based gameplay, right? That's why Sub Rogue hasn't been like the meta in a really long time. It's just everyone has like these really short defensives that they could just use so flexibly. It's like everyone has like the Shadow Priest disperse effect where it's like, oh, I have to do 3 goes in a row on this guy because this is the one downtime that they ever have. Or the other swing is like if Sub Rogue is good, it's like tab killing the whole team. Where it's like if it can solo, it's like where you're just trying to like only care about trinkets if Sub's good. But if Sub isn't like tournament viable, then it's just like oh, this guy pressed his Dark Pact every 45 seconds while stunned. Oh, this Ret pressed wall every 45 seconds while stunned. You know, there's always like these 1-minute defensives that just save people. And then you just feel like you're forced into like the Asa Outlaw PV specs all the time, and then it's unfortunate. Big DFA crit. I refuse to cloak here. DFA's blink. He only blinks 2 feet because of the wall. Dead here this global. I vanish in like 1 second, but I get the van off, so I might be able to win. That's just because he blinked into the wall, so I kind of had a moment, but. Mage duels are just brutal, man. Why did you do that? That stalker is definitely the way to play sub, yeah. They nerfed the barriers a little bit, and they nerfed stamina, so they're a little smaller than they were. Yeah, it is crazy when they just do like barrier into like AoE barrier into like real barrier. Like they always nerf the barrier amounts, but I think the problem is just like the CDs really. And I don't even know why they have AoE barrier in the game. It's like really toxic. It's a cool idea for like Rogue Mage 2s to be like, oh, I got a shield for like the dots or something, but 99% of the time it's really obnoxious for Arcane too, because of the CC reduction. Like it's a cool skill thing to be like, oh, I AoE barriered the polycast or something to give like the mage armor CC reduction on my healer or something, but it's still just too toxic, I think. Like they don't really need a external defensive for their teammates to be like, oh, I saved you from the shadowy duel with no trinket because I AoE buried you, you know, like. Why is everyone chilling in Westfall? Because Elwyn is like really laggy, so people lag out when they're dueling in Elwyn. Cool animation on your health bar? I don't know what you mean by animation. I mean, Mass Invis, you're like avoiding the CC, yeah. It's definitely a way cooler spell. Nah, these are tied to Better Blitz frames also. This add-on's like 80 frames and plates are like 80% of my UI. But yeah, you go into miscellaneous and it's comp points to target frame. HP bar always had the photo. Yeah, the comp points are tied to the add-on. Even in like TBC and vanilla, like you've always seen your character. That's just because I had every CD and he used CDs dueling the warrior. So I actually got to like connect for more than like one blink. Yeah, when I was going back to cata, I just tried to go back to like the 2 wide bar layout. 40 minutes for the exact same lobby. Yeah, it's because my rating, I guess, is too high or something. I usually don't do that well in like the Fury lobbies though. I got Sudo in here, okay. You're blind to get a sap. Stays combat forever. Awkward. My warrior's dead really soon. Okay, or the warrior could just solo the guy. Yeah. Warrior's so broken. Bladestorm, like, I guess it was the life swap at 30, and then the Bladestorm just 30-0'd in like one global. Okay. It's Steve Arcs. Roll the Emerald. Probably Outlaw, I think. Maybe, I'm not sure though. It got pretty Omega buffed. Acid might still be better than Sub, honestly, I don't know. It does more damn, usually. Most Acid Rogues I see are like 15 mil damage ahead of me. That was just a short round. Try to go the healer, I think. I got a Smork. DFA the poly on me. Got one null, got two, got all three. Stun the warrior, stun this guy. This crit. Stunned his trinket. A nice little sepsis teleport, kick into intervene because I'm bad. Waiting on this eviscerate until I'm actually ready to do the go. When I immediately get dragon stunned at the most important moment. Send the eviscerate. Duel the emerald so it doesn't heal the warrior. That way they rot more. And my rogue just gets soloed by the mage. Stress with a 1 out of 6 every time, yeah. Like look here, it's a lot damn. Got ruptures on all three. Pick the spirit bloom. Rogue now. Gets up to sleep. I'm kind of scared for my guy. Flies my kidney. That was a good fly. Can't stop to sleep. Still have the most damn for rogue here. If I ever move. Might just die through Van. Think of this. Big poly.
TWW is alien to me, but Harry's a sub.
Appreciate the sub, man. It is very different, yeah. I'll play some cata when I have teammates for it. It's just people are waiting for like the end of season, so it's hard to find games every day. I think we just died to air here. I had big duel for rogue, no trinkets. I was just kind of trying to save it all game for no emerald, but I think this is just a free 6-0 for the mage. Because he's just soloing someone every round. How you doing, Ruffy? Think of EFA crit. Duel defensively so that my rogue doesn't get executed by the mage. Big shifting. Gouge the poly. Blind healer, triple DR on accident. At least it clears the dots for me to get a gouge. Pick poly again because I vanished CDR. Kidney healer in 1. I get fearful. Hopefully it breaks to nothing. It doesn't though. Ulti pen. It's gonna be very scary. Big DFA crit. Mage. Bulk aggro here. Big Abyss crit. This guy's playing Klepto? What the hell? And I get off the mage and he just solos with Surge. Priest still had Trinket too. We were nowhere near killing. Actually, I cheesed the mage one round somehow, so I guess I get 3 wins instead of 2. I thought it was a 6-0 for the mage. Okay, we'll take a 3-er. I've been playing Rogue since vanilla, so over 20 years. I still use better Blizz plates, yeah. Defensively duel the healer. I still have Trinket double van, just being greedy. I overlap my kick there. I finished my stacks on the priest. Big Abyss crit on Rogue here. Blind healer off that. Big Abyss crit here. I get blinded. I'd be dead here for overlining my healer. Nah, we're fine. Are we fine? I step away from the Blade Storm. Get a nice little Crimson Vial off. And Mage just solo someone. That was worth the long queue time. Oh, I let Haunt go off. That's unfortunate. I had evasion for that, somehow I didn't press it. While I just died a Haunt here. Actually, I have Cloak for it. Still, all the instant damage still happened though, but. I'm using Esserina. The Zaryu layout for it. But yeah, there should be a Esserina updated 2 by Sammers on Curseforge. Go job a lot, no problem, man. I'm glad the VOD review helped a little bit with the sub stuff I had going on. Hopefully I don't just die here. All of his damage. I think I am just dead. Misty bubbled aggro. Think of this crit right here. I don't know if this next queue is gonna pop, and we've had the same lobby 2 or 3 times in a row. And I didn't end up having cata games tonight. Because Pugs was already playing. But hopefully I can get some cata games in like tomorrow or something. But yeah, I think I might just call if my next queue is gonna be like 40 minutes. Yeah, I appreciate the subs and the viewership and everything today. Today's been great. We're normally live 6 days a week. Pepe not available. He doesn't play as much, I feel like. I don't know. Rosito's usually around, but I don't know. It's hard to get him and Major Done on at the same time or something. When I ask. I'll duel this guy one more time, and then I'll probably call it if I don't get a chef, because it's getting late. I started pretty late today. Guy has a 2 mil or 1 mil mage barrier for the opener. Rigged. Go to DFA Hodge or something. Oh, I'm not playing DFA right now. He shield avenged into my cloak, so I immuned it. He's just two-shotting me on my own go. I mean, I guess now it is his go, but kick that. Finish my stacks. I have the crit buff ready. If you did it. We accidentally bopped my kidney trying to bop the gouge. Like bopped gouge on accident. It was actually good. Shouldn't have kidneyed into it, but I mean I guess I died still in the bop before it ended. We'll do one more duel. Topsy might play cata, that'd be sick. Didn't know you knew him like that. That's sick for you, I guess. Lucky. Like the copy pastas where you just like say someone by name, you're like, yeah, I can call him that. Yeah, I'm using bartender. just changes the font of it. Like maybe there's like a certain font you could use in your WoW folder. But I don't even think the WoW folder for fonts even impacts action bar font. Like maybe OmniCC, but no, that's just the numbers for the cooldowns. Yeah, I think the only way you could change the font of your action bar is with bartender. Because, like, if you change the font folder or whatever, that's just, like, the people's names on, like, target and focus or, like, over their name. Or, like, quest text and stuff. Thoughts on War Within so far? It's still very similar to Dragonflight, but now that I'm, like, playing differently around the hero talents, it's only, like, 70% the same game instead of, like, 90. But, yeah, it's still really PV rotation, micro CC, you know, perma tab dot the healer, you know, all your gouges are breaking kind of stuff. If you liked Dragonflight, you will like it. Maybe some classes got a little more complex rotations, but there's a certain line between rotations being too complex with all the passive procs you're optimizing and it like taking away from the CC gameplay. And they're not doing anything to like rebalance CC or make it, you know, more outplayable or more interactive. And the mobility arms race is still ridiculous too. Oh, that's so unfortunate the ring missed for him. Like, that duel is literally just Dragon Ball Z. We both blinked like 100 times in 1 minute. Yeah, I would much rather precog if it was like for landing a kick and they just gave everyone kicks properly. Like if they just let silence be a kick for priest or something. Or I'll have it be like a choice node where you could do both, where you could do precog for landing kick or precog for faking kick. Because as it is, like all the melee gems or embellishments just suck ass compared to the precog. It's like not even close. Like the get kited and do like a auto attack for 20k one does almost nothing. And the 5% more damage reduction in CC is definitely way better than what we used to have in Dragonflight, but precog is still just completely game changing. Speed one doesn't work. I don't think the crit damage one works. But yeah, I wish there was just like a get precog for landing a kick type thing. Where you just have a window to like play aggro, and then casters would even pick it over fake sometimes, where it's like, oh, I landed a CS, now I'm gonna double Chaos Bolt this guy with precog. Like, that's way cooler, you know? Or I'm gonna all in and do this go because I landed my kick. It's kind of like the mages that would, like, intentionally kick themselves into Nether Reflect or whatever on Warlock to get precog and then, like, purge it. Because precog at least changes how you use your abilities, right? You get no changing of how you use abilities with just free damage reduction for no reason passively. It's not interactive. It's boring. I hate passives. That's why I don't like Thief's Bargain, even though it's super OP. Even if it nerfed your damage by 20% instead of 10, it would still be mandatory. Because it's the only way to make your blades efficiently cooldown trade against how OP defensives are in this game. Is to have like 1.5 minute vanish and have 1.5 minute blades, and then like double vanish your blades down to like 50 seconds. And it probably still gets out traded by some random 1 minute defensive they can use while stunned. Or just some backup healer defensive, you know, 8 defensives into their flowchart, but yeah, I'm not appearing to get a Q pop at all, so I might just call it. And we're live 6 days a week. I'll see you guys tomorrow.